under his spell. Welcome, cursed ones.
Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you. How's everybody doing this Wednesday evening? It's kind of hard to believe it's already the middle of the week. Kind of doesn't feel like it. Immediately. Immediately my hat gets stolen again. You are very quick on the draw today, Augustine. You got first and... Wait, hold on. I'm very, very quiet. Hold on, let me fix that. Okay, how about that? Thank you for the hydrate, Marty. I should be a bit better now. Not quiet for you? Weird. Hey, welcome in, Shuri. Thank you for the check-in. Yes, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Shuri. Welcome in, Alandria. Welcome in, Purple. Welcome in, Augustine. Welcome in, Maury. Welcome in, Dandy. Welcome in, Mayberry. Welcome in, Augustine. I think I said Augustine already. Yes, welcome in, everybody. How is everyone doing? It is great to see you all, as usual. Second monitor while I play Mina the Hollower. How is that game? I've heard some pretty good things about it, Shuri. I just finished streaming art and I'm still very locked in. I saw a small piece of it. You were working on something that kind of looked like fangs. Or like very sharp teeth or something like that. But I went to go get something to eat. So I didn't get a chance to catch the end. When you're famous, the welcomes are going to take 30 minutes. You don't have to worry about that, Alandria. I will not be getting famous. Mina is hard. That's by the same devs as Shovel Knight, right? If I'm not mistaken. I'm doing better, though I wish the air was blowing colder. Yeah, that's how I felt this morning. When I actually managed to fall asleep, it was quite comfortable. Then I woke up, and I'll just leave it at that. Oh, you're working on a comic. Okay. Very, very nice. $1,000 viewers by Valentine's? I don't think that's possible, but that would be something, Dandy. Yes, you will with your hot-ass voice, you will. Thank you, Purple. You will if I have anything to say about it, mister. If I do get famous, it would probably be, just because of your fantastic, fan art making people curious, Augustine. Mina is unapologetic on being the game the devs wanted, despite some bumpy design decisions. It kind of made me, Mina the Hollower kind of makes me think of like a Game Boy Color game. It has that exact same, art style like, The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons, and I really do like it. I fell asleep at 5, woke up at 6. For work, been up since. I know that feeling. Welcome in, Navajo Ghost. I see the full gamut of theft has been completed. Steal jacket and sell it for a high price. At this point, I just imagine that you are selling it to the merchant from Resident Evil 4. And I kind of like that idea. Also, I've never seen a game so aggressively against getting the player to the next stage. You mean like just because of how difficult it is? I wish I could share the air with you. I would have appreciated that this morning for sure. It was quite stuffy. I love all you guys. Yes, it's always great to see all of you together and just chatting amongst yourselves. They'll come for the fan art and stay for the voice. I know like 1,000 other VTubers with better voices. But well, now there's pressure. No pressure at all. I think it'll happen effortlessly just because of how great your art is. And then I will redirect all of that right to you, where the attention belongs. You have an enchanting voice and a sweet personality. I was drawn in immediately. So believe in becoming popular. Thank you, Mayberry. I really appreciate that. Honestly, it would be something. I don't really know what I would do if I became that popular in terms of managing like chat and stuff. That honestly does kind of freak me out a little bit. I don't know how some larger streamers handle that. You'd have mods? That's true. Yeah, I definitely have to, up my mod count. Please don't steal my money, Navajo Ghost. I already don't have enough of it. Like little to no signposting and navigation / platforming and combat challenges route to areas. Got it. Yeah, that sounds very, very old school, but like the kind of old school where they really wanted to prevent you from returning the game to Blockbuster or something. So they just beat on you. So you're forced to buy the game instead of rent it for a weekend. You know what I mean? We've been over this. I only steal from the best and I will be stealing your voice. I see, I see. And you wouldn't read every message. Sounds cruel, but that's the way it has to be. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. I do think that, the bigger that streamers get, it becomes very hard to engage with chat, and that is something that... I don't know. It's a challenge for sure, at least from what I've seen of, larger streamers. But, you know, I guess if I ever got to that point, it would be something I'd figure out, but I don't think I'll get there, but who knows. Expect the worst, hope for the best, you know? And you get more trolls? Yeah. That is very true, Mari. I, am kind of surprised I haven't had more, to be honest. I think I only ever had one so far up to this point. One that I don't think he realized I knew he was a troll. But yeah. However, being in the writing space, I've dealt with many trolls. I've dealt with people who have told me they want to kill me. I've dealt with people who have been quite horrible people in other ways, you know? So, if they decide to come this way, I don't think they're going to get the person that they're expecting. I'll just say that much. I haven't had to be that person up to this point, but I have no problem being that person if need be. And with more trolls, you need more mods ready and willing to lay down the law. Yeah, definitely. You get more weirdos too, outside of the regular weirdos here and now. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, honestly, I'm kind of surprised I haven't had more weirdos come in, but, I don't know, I've seen some weirdos pop into your chat, and I've seen some weirdos pop into, Akira's chat, too. Occasionally. No, dog, I'm pretty weird. I don't think you're weird, Augustine, but there's good weird and there's bad weird, you know? Joke's on you, I'm completely normal. Well, now that you said that, Cherry, now I'm questioning it. No, I'm just kidding. I remember trying to stream chatting and SRT once on TikTok, and there was a lot of weirdos. Yeah, I can imagine. Tell that to the Bone Collection. The good weirdos. That's what we're looking for? Yeah, absolutely. God, you know what? I need to, look into good vocal warm-ups before I go live, because I don't know what it is, but my throat has just been terrible for what feels like months now. And I keep having to clear it non-stop. I didn't get a chance to make myself some coffee or tea, which normally kind of helps me for about at least 2 hours while I'm live, but I don't know. Definitely something I need to look into. Try drinking tea and talking to yourself. Yeah, that's a great idea. I've also seen some people say that, like, humming helps a lot. To be honest, something that does help, weirdly enough, is singing. I've noticed. And if you sing for a while, you end up feeling like you're getting more air in your lungs too. Guys, let's have a tea party. You know, that could be a fun stream. You need a tea break redeem? Yeah. Adrian sing stream when? Never. I like you guys. I don't want to be responsible for hearing loss. Thank you for the head pats, Mayberry. Tea party stream sounds fun, yeah. Maybe we could do something like that and like merge it with like a reading stream. Like basically it's a bring your own tea reading stream event. We'll find something fun to read to all of you. That could be fun. And everybody that's in the server, you post a picture of what tea you're having. Sorry, I had to change the music. I'm sorry you experienced rudeness of that level. You don't deserve that. So I give you head pats and for you to know you're an awesome person. Thank you, Mayberry. I really do appreciate that. I could tell many stories about those things, but honestly, it's just not worth it. It was definitely an interesting time. That's for sure. Eventually, you kind of learn how to deal with people like that. Funny part is, some of those people that acted that way. You know what? Never mind. I'm not even gonna bother going into it. Let's just say there were some funny resolutions to some of those issues. I'll leave it at that. If I was convicted to do, or convicted to do one, you gotta do one eventually. You can't just tease singing without sharing. Funny resolution like arson? No, but, How can I say this without... I don't know, I guess I don't want to sound a certain way. If I dive into it. I think probably the best way I can put it is, some of those people that came at me, a certain way, and ended up being more afraid of me by the end of it, which is kind of funny. I think that's probably the best way I can put it without going into detail. Adrian, if you don't do the karaoke stream, how am I to steal your voice Ursula style? Yeah, so like ours. I'm loving looking at the discussion of tea right now. Yes, in Minecraft, Purple. In Minecraft. Now, truth be told, I just think that a lot of people who are keyboard warriors and such are a lot more insecure and fragile than they let on. And, sometimes you say the right thing and, it really gets to them. Which makes sense. Genuine question, why can Purple get away with that and I can't talk about my wife? You know, that's a good question, Augustine. That is a good question. I still laugh when I think about how Twitch tried to label you misogynistic just because you were talking about your wife. It's so strange. Legitimately makes no sense. I mean, fair enough, egos are a fragile thing, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Especially because the kind of people that, will try to lash out at people who have done nothing to them are usually projecting for some reason or another anyway. So it doesn't really take much. I want a very good fruity tea. Cherry tea is very, very good, Mayberry. Very, very good. Hey, welcome in, Wilby. How are you doing this evening? My favorite tea is this almond blend I have. It's so pretty and pink and sweet. That sounds really good. I'd love to try it. I like, almonds. I like a darker forest green and maybe, I don't know. Fuck Twitch. They're bullying the purples and the green. Cherry tea? Like cherry blossoms or cherry the fruit? The fruit. Yeah, cherry tea is really, really good. So is blueberry, honestly. Thank you, Wilby, for the redeem. I must go find some cherry tea. Yes, I do recommend it. It is very, very good. But I also do like cherries in general. Yummy. It will probably be better than all this soda I've been drinking. What kind of soda do you like, Mayberry? I personally don't drink soda. I have not consistently drank soda since I was like a preteen, maybe? Sadly, I don't like teas that are too fruity. I can understand that. There are some fruit teas that I am definitely not a fan of. Oh my god, butterfly pea flowers with lemon are peak. I don't think I've ever had that. God, there's so many different types of teas. One of my favorites that I've been having a lot is apple crumble, I think? Apple crumble cinnamon tea or something like that. It's really good. Especially when you add honey to it. Very, very good. Butterfly pea flower tea is good, and yes, a little sour. Butterfly pea flowers make a blue tea that turns purple when lemon is added. Really? You know what? I want all of you to make me some tea. You all seem to have a lot of different types that I've never heard of, but sounds very, very good. I only ever touch Sprite, but Coca-Cola has been pulling me. But I really enjoy unique soda like Dr. Pepper Strawberry and Cream. When I used to drink soda as a kid, I really liked cream soda. I have a blend with blueberry and butterfly pea flowers that I like to add a little lemon to. I've never really tasted anything in butterfly tea. It's just been blue unless I add stuff. One tea that I think is really good is, what is it, Star Tea? If you know what I'm talking about, that one is pretty good. I'm not big into soda, but I'm a ride or die ginger beer fan. I also have this Chinese ginseng, 5 treasures tea, I adore. See, I have not heard of like a lot of these teas that you are all talking about, but it all sounds really, really good. I can't say my favorite tea because it's special to a local shop I grew up by. Yeah, don't dox yourself. But I bet it's really good. Yeah, I try to be careful not to mention local restaurants and things like that as well. Because you never know. Gotta look this shit up, Augustine. To be honest, I'm like kind of in a trance sitting here watching all of you talk about this. It's very interesting. Similar to Callisto with the chocolate tournament, we gotta get Adrian with the tea tournament. That would be fun. God, that stream that Callisto did was hilarious. I still laugh at the clip that I got of her going feral and opening the packet with her teeth and hurting herself in the process. Chrysanthemum Cassia tea before bed. You're welcome. Now, someone said if you put legit chocolate syrup into Coke, you get the taste of a Tootsie Roll candy? Really? VOD watchers are going to be confused as to why I'm just sitting here looking at the chat. And I'm, like, just entranced looking at everybody talking about, various beverages. Yes, I saw a YouTube video, I think, and I tried it, and I was like, am I doing this right? It was good, though. I always wonder how people think to do some of these things in the first place. But you would be surprised what kinds of great things you can get out of experimenting with different sauces and all kinds of things. The best part of this conversation is that it's all positive. That's the community you built, Adrian. Dandy, thank you for saying that. Honestly and truly, that makes me happier than you realize. That's exactly why I say I like just sitting here watching you guys talk. I say it a lot, but it feels like there's barely any spaces like this on the internet without people resorting to, you know, the usual bullshit. So seeing so many people gathered together, just having a good time talking, and being kind to each other, that's what I like to see. Thank you for restoring my my hat, Mari. I know you would understand what it feels like. I was actually mentioning this to everybody yesterday, that they like stealing my hat, and they like making yours comically large. I'm here to see if Adrian can intuit some tea telenovela-level dating drama. Adrian hat sizes when? I can only imagine what would happen if I added that. I can only imagine. Oh yeah, actually, speaking of me, I see, this is what I mean when I say I'm so bad at promoting myself. The newest episode of Chronicles of a Cursed Witch is complete, and it is up. It's actually the pinned post you can see in the chat. It's on my Ko-Fi as a blog post. So if you would like to read more lore, it is there. This one actually has some details about my meeting with the Cursed Ones. That would be all of you. Adrian Hatception went. I don't know, that's an interesting thought. Yes, let's get him in on that madness. I have to wait to steal the hat. Yeah, I think I put a cooldown on that, right? Hatrian when... More hat than man. To be honest, that sounds like it could be like an 80s B-movie, B-horror movie. Hatrian. He's more hat than man, more hat than witch. And by the end, it's like a kaiju-sized witch hat, destroying buildings. We need an artist. I like how you shout that like, in the same way someone would shout, we need a doctor. That's how I imagine that coming out of your mouth. But don't get them started. I feel like somebody would do it. And to be honest, the one I would suspect the most would be Elandria. That sounds like the kind of thing she would like to do. All the artists in chat poof, and yet here you are, curious. It's exactly how that's meant to sound. Okay, I'm glad that I'm on the same page with you. Why am I suspect? You know why you're suspect. And now Navajo Ghost steals my hat. Actually, thank you for reminding me, Navajo Ghost. You did redeem 10 push-ups before, right? Let me go do that real quick. Sorry, I got lost in the chat. So let me go ahead and do that. Cursed Witch wounded in action. He was barely alive, but we can rebuild him. We have the haberdashery. Now he fights crime. More hat than man. Introducing Adrian, the 6 million hat man. Okay, Dandy. 1, I understood that reference, and 2, I give you credit for that when you put a lot of effort into that. Alright, well, I've got 10 push-ups to do, so I will be right back. Until then, enjoy the empty chair and the wonderful fan art. Be right back. But not before I say hi to Bolgay. Welcome in, Bolgay. I hope you're doing well this evening. We've been talking about all kinds of things, from tea to oversized hats and... yeah. Alright, now I will go do those 10 push-ups. Okay, I am back. I did 20 push-ups instead. And I like how I come back to... Sally and Simon, welcome in, both of you. How are you doing this evening, Sally and Simon Novak? More hats than a Team Fortress 2 trading bot. That's a good one. Quick, while Adrian's gone, if he was a tea flavor, what tea would he be? Jasmine? I don't know if I've ever had that. Black with cinnamon? I like black tea and cinnamon. Can't complain? Well, at least that much is good. It's good to see you. In fact, it's so good to see you. I'm going to do what I love doing. I think most of you here already follow him, but if you don't, follow Simon Novak. He's an incredible streamer. And I will absolutely, shill any chance that I can for him. Because he is one of the GOATs. So please do, go give him a follow if you don't already. Every detective and mystery solver likes black tea. It's in our blood. You know, that is a good point. That's a good point, Sally. Glad to have you here, by the way, Sally. I thought you might have been asleep. But yes, we've got a few things to talk about. Not all of them pleasant. The, unfortunate, state of the gaming industry continues. For those that don't know, id Software got gutted way worse than anybody imagined. Their Texas studio is down to about 50 employees, from what I heard. Basically the size of a support studio. Not good. Hey Dark Weaver, welcome in. Is a good point? I agree. I don't know what it is. Welcome in. I saw you were streaming earlier. I didn't get a chance to drop by. You were playing Call of Cthulhu, right? Jasmine has a light, sweet floral flavor, but you have to pay attention to how long you're steeping it. If you're not mindful and oversteep it, it ruins the flavor. Interesting. Or he could be one of my favorite captains, tea, Earl Grey, hot. Yeah, I went to bed at 23 hours, 2300 hours. Migraine's still strong, but I woke up, took another pill. I'll be here until it takes effect. No worries. I hope your migraine feels better, Sally. I know you've been dealing with that for quite a while now. Not fun. I joined hearing you say it's a good point. Yeah, we were talking about black tea with cinnamon. I'll be back in a little. No worries, Purple. Thank you for dropping by. I think you'd be a baller London fog. I have not had that either. Just summer heat? Yeah. No, I can imagine. But yeah, id Software, not good. And it's really sad because they just dropped the DLC for Doom the Dark Ages, too. Microsoft, as usual, has no idea what they're doing, and I think doing that to id Software, of all studios, is a massive mistake. And a shame, given their pedigree. The DLC is so good, too. I was hoping that they would port it to Switch 2 so I could play it, like with Doom and Doom Eternal, but now I bet they're probably not even going to get to have that chance, since they've been gutted. It's really annoying. So many people losing their jobs. It's horrible. So I remembered I had made some tea. I could make some, but we'll see. You should, Mayberry. Honestly, I should too, but I kind of wanted to sit here and talk to all of you. I don't want to have to go and make it. London Fog is just Earl Grey with milk. Ah, okay. Also, I just checked 2 items off my to-do list. All that's left is sweeping, any dishes I make, and finish packing. Hell yeah. That is great to hear, Maudie. You're getting closer and closer. I do hope that you have a wonderful vacation. I want to ask, like, what you're gonna do and stuff, but, you know, don't share anything you don't want to. But I hope you have a wonderful time. You deserve it, and I am looking forward to your return and your anniversary celebrations. That is going to be a lot of fun. Microsoft is trying to save the boat from sinking by removing wood from it and throwing it into the sea. Yeah. And it's not going to work. It is not going to work at all. I've also been quite busy. Was celebrating my mom's birthday yesterday, so I was up at normie time. Crashed to sleep when you started streaming yesterday. Oh, I hope your mother had a wonderful birthday, Darkweaver. Do you have something you would prefer that I call you? Because I know some people kind of don't like when you call them by, like, their full stream name. So would you prefer I called you Dark or Weaver or Weave or something like that? Let me know. But yeah, I also read more about, what was the other thing I read? Oh, yes. Yes, we'll get to that in a second. She did, it was wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm going out of state to hang out in nature with family. I'll say exactly when I get back like I did with San Diego. Oh, I'll say where exactly. Yeah, no, that's the smart thing to do. Yeah, don't, A lesson for people in chat, as Mari is demonstrating right now, when you're going to go somewhere or whatever, never say where you're going and never share pictures of it until you're already, like, long returned. Because you never know. Some people are very strange. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you for the gift sub, Bulgay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yes, that is that's always good practice. But I'm really happy to hear that, Mari. Just be careful with, I mean, hopefully the heat wave is kind of dissipated somewhat by now. But yeah, make sure you stay hydrated and stuff out there. But have a great time. As always, if you can, share some pictures. I'd love to see that. I can say it'll definitely be cooler. Good. Thank God for that. I got plenty of nicknames, whichever you feel comfortable with. I'm not picky, most just call me Dark. Okay, so I'll call you Dark. I double checked since it's been a while since I made it. Hold on, I have to restart the music. Unfortunately, I have to, have to do it manually. Because repeat is not working. I double checked since it's been a while since I made it. A London Fog is Earl Grey with steamed milk and vanilla flavoring. They're super yummy. I would like to try that. I think I might have had Earl Grey a long time ago, but I can't remember for sure. That made me think about what if everyone said Adrian Hallowell VT every time. Yeah, that would be really weird. That's why I pose the question, you know? Now I can add to my Rage collection. That is quite the collection. I really like your emotes, Simon. You have a good array of emotes. Simon and Mist have some of the best emotes on the platform, I think. Antarctica, got it. I won't tell anyone you're going to Antarctica. I'm having some Yorkshire tea. No, I'm not sponsored. Can I just say that I love how many people in my chat adore tea? Okay, all the tea. I shall make some later if I remember. That's the other good thing about tea. It's good no matter when you have it in the day. Because, like, for me, personally, coffee doesn't really work on me to make me more awake. So I can kind of drink it before bed and it won't bother me. But, you know, generally, for most people, it does help them to stay awake, so you don't want to drink coffee at night. But you can drink tea, whether it's the morning, the middle of the day, before bed, whatever. That is one such advantage of enjoying tea. I use the crows everywhere. Yes, I adore them. I didn't even realize I could add, like, the effects to some of the emotes. So, Adding the shaking effect to the Screaming Crow is just perfect. Adrian and I are going to Antarctica next year. Hell yeah, we are. Hell yes, we are. We're going to Antarctica and we're not leaving until we blow it up. I'm too southern for tea. Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, what about sweet tea? If you haven't seen Good Store, you should check their tea selection. All profits go to TB Care and Research. Is that just what it's called? Good Store? I love most teas. I also like coffee, and honestly, coffee doesn't work on me either. But I learned if I take an energy drink, Coke at the same time, I drink coffee, that combo works for me. Energetic-like. Yeah, energy drinks do work for me. The problem I have with energy drinks is that, once it wears off, I crash. Good.store is the web address. Got it. Okay, thank you. You beat me to trying to animate the crow. It was just crying out for a good shaking effect. Sweet tea is so bad, just drink a soda, you Philistines. I think we struck a nerve with Dandy. Energy drinks don't tend to work alone for me. Energy drinks make me jittery. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah. Next piece of unfortunate news. Obsidian. So Obsidian also had some layoffs. And apparently they were working on a sequel to the game Avowed. And now they've been put on Fallout. And I've seen a lot of people celebrating this, and it's like, I understand people wanted another Obsidian-made Fallout game for a while. But given the circumstances... Hey, welcome in, Valko. Thank you for checking in. And thank you for the hydrate. I could probably use that. 1 second. Yeah, given the circumstances, it's not really something to celebrate because it's coming as a result of people losing their jobs and the potential that they may never leave those mines ever again, you know what I mean? Seems like everybody is being shifted onto what makes the most money, and that's it. And to my understanding, some of the people who worked on like Fallout New Vegas actually got let go in the layoffs. And while I still think Obsidian could make a great Fallout game, it may not be what people are expecting it to be with some of that talent gone, you know what I mean? I'm trying to cut back on energy drinks. Yeah, I try not to drink them very often, only when I really, really need to be awake for something. I think that might be why they kind of work on me, because they haven't lost their potency for me yet. The last time I had one, though, it did not stop me from being tired, though, so maybe I'm speaking a little bit too soon, and maybe they're starting to become less effective. But I hope not. If anything, what I find helps me to stay awake when I'm really tired is something with repetitive motion, like chewing gum or eating sunflower seeds. Tends to be more effective at keeping me awake than just having a specific beverage. I just took some sips of apple juice to curb the need for soda. Don't think it's working. I love apple juice. I have not had apple juice in too long, actually. While possible, it seems to indicate that Bethesda is losing control of the IP. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Valko. That's what it kind of feels like. Like, Microsoft is definitely starting to, exert more control over it, which... on the one hand, I do think it's, you know, if it wasn't under these circumstances, it would be a good thing that, Obsidian is finally being allowed to work on the IP, since it seemed like Bethesda got weird about it after New Vegas. But, you know, with these circumstances, it's, not ideal. I drink energy drinks with lime for vitamins. Cooking down the cabbage for my dumpling mix. If you don't put a picture of that in the food section of the server, Alandria, I'm timing you out. You don't even want to know how much coffee I drink at work? Oh god. I mean, to be honest, given the field you work in, Mari, I can imagine that you could probably, you probably need it. I would not judge you at all for that, if we are honest. I guess I am, because I can't drink zero sugar stuff. Amateurs. Have a grudge against Bethesda. What's your grudge, Dandy, with Bethesda? I know a lot of people have a grudge against Todd Howard. I'm always being threatened and timed out. You were only timed out once, right? Threatened, yes, several times because you are a menace. Please, whoever's writing the Season of Earth, please let shenanigans transpire to where I could buy Fallout. It'd be so funny. That would be funny if somehow you became the new owner of the Fallout franchise. What would you do with it, Valko? What would be the first, just give a title as to the first Fallout game you would make if you owned the franchise. I heard Todd Howard wanted to show you a new Skyrim release. Todd Howard is going to port Skyrim to Doom Eternal. You know what? Simon? You're the mod master. You tell me. Has somebody modded Skyrim into Doom yet? Not even id Tech, just directly... directly into Doom. That is so funny because it's true. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a, Tiger Electronics, Skyrim yet. You know those little things? If anybody remembers those little devices. I'm surprised we haven't gotten one of those. Firstly, I would smite the East Coast timelines from orbit. Second, Fallout Cascadia. I see. See, I wish I could comment a little bit more on that, but the only Fallout I've played is 3. So, I do want to play 4 now that it's on the Switch too, and I would love to play New Vegas, but I don't have a way to play it. Unfortunately. At least Alandria is an endearing menace. Best menace I've ever met. She's a great menace. My first decree, make guns that actually make sense in the Fallout universe. I mean, Doom is open source, so nothing is impossible. That is true. I just wonder if someone's done it yet. It feels like the kind of thing that someone would have done. Fallout 3000. The Earth has recovered and everything is nice and solar punk now. They purposely sabotaged the development of Prey 2 and ultimately killed it, seemingly on the principle of being assholes. I want my sci-fi space cowboy bounty hunting shooter, damn it. Ah, yes, the original Prey 2. One of the great missed opportunities in gaming. I mean, the Prey reboot ended up being pretty good from what I saw, but Prey 2 definitely was something that, unfortunately, is forever like one of those what-ifs, like PT for Silent Hill. Because it looked great. What, I think it was Human Head, right? That was working on the original, Prey 2. Because they did the first Prey, if I'm not mistaken. Why the heck can't I find any matching long socks? You know, I wonder why, for whatever reason, in the world of laundry, socks is always a thing that goes missing for people. I want the NCR to have to fight someone that can actually whip their ass. You know, it's kind of funny seeing everybody talk about Fallout right now, because, I feel like Fallout is one of those series that actually hasn't had as many entries as people think it has. So it's no surprise that there's a lot of pent-up desire for things you would want to see in the franchise, you know? I tend to mysteriously lose socks. See what I mean? It's always socks for some reason that goes missing. I can live with erasing the East Coast Fallout games, but I want to put a good game in Texas. Somebody did port Mortal Kombat into Doom, not even the engine either. Okay, I have to see that. That's crazy. Prey 2 was 90% complete and they killed it for nothing. No sensible reason. The story of the gaming industry. You know another game that, I am forever wondering about, even though I've never played games in this series because I was never like a PC gamer. But I remember reading about this game in Nintendo Power and actually wanting to get it on my GameCube at the time. StarCraft Ghost. That's another one that just up and vanished. I have short socks. Short socks aren't missing. Long socks just went poof. That is strange. You would think that long socks would be easier to find, right? My socks keep getting holes in them. I need to invest in some slippers. Yeah, I generally prefer slippers indoors over socks. Or like, you know, indoor shoes. I find it more comfortable. I will return after I need the dough. No worries, Elandria. Yes, StarCraft Ghost had so much promise. Yeah, it did look like it had a lot of promise. I became Team House Slippers last December when I got some for Christmas, and I can't believe I was ever opposed to the idea. Yeah, they're good. It was interesting having a linear game to play on stream for once. Felt my small kitty brain had to work 120% overtime with titles lately. Was thankful you could point me in direction with Resident Evil portion. Oh, no worries, of course, Dark. I love watching you play Resident Evil. See, I go barefoot indoors. Yeah, me too, generally, on carpet. And then, otherwise I'll use, slippers or, house shoes and stuff. Because generally I'm not really a fan of socks. They're uncomfortable to me, so I prefer house shoes on hard surfaces and just barefoot on carpet. Adrian, you did not just push my other white whale game by StarCraft Ghost. Yeah. Because, you know, I was a big fan of the Splinter Cell games, and StarCraft Ghost seemed like it was going to be a fun action stealth game, so I was really looking forward to it. But, especially because I thought the protagonist design looked cool. But yeah. Have you considered that your long socks shrunk into short socks? For some reason, Churi, that comment sounded like something artist would say. He is another member of the chat here. Also, good.store has a sock subscription due. I'm also just bitter that the entire PNW has been ignored by the Fallout universe. The Pacific Northwest. Yeah, see, that's interesting because, again, I feel like there's been so few games in the Fallout series that there's a lot that they haven't covered. It does seem like there's a pretty robust modding community, though. Because didn't they make like a Fallout Miami or something like that recently? I remember seeing something like that. Man, I wanted to work on a comic and now I'm painting. I blame you for being good at writing? Wait, what does that have to do with me? If I ever became brave enough, one of these days a horror game may be in the future, but don't get hopes up. You can do it, Mayberry, I believe in you. Nope, no socks indoors, no matter the flooring. Oh yeah, no. Same here. I'm just not a sock person. I've never been, honestly. Got one I want to drag you through? What game would that be, Dark? Nova deserved her solo game. Adrian, I swear if you mentioned Pirates of the Caribbean, Armada of the Damned, I swear. Yes, I remember that game too. When that got canceled, I was kind of surprised, because it was being very well regarded. Till they canceled it. Which is a shame. It's that, it's PT, StarCraft Ghost, Star Wars 1313, right? Funny enough, a lot of the people that worked on Star Wars 1313 were supposed to work on the original incarnation of Metroid Prime 4 that got canceled. So those people just had no luck whatsoever. Before Prime 4 got moved back to Retro Studios. A lot of those projects have either fallen apart or are pending. Yeah. That's the thing about mod games like that. A lot of people are doing it in their spare time, and they may not be able to complete it, which really, really sucks. I never got too big into Fallout. I played the third one, made my own MMO team. That was pretty much my exposure. Yeah, I only ever played Fallout 3. I wanted to play New Vegas, but could never get my hands on it before the end of that gen. And my 360 was not in the best condition with red rings and stuff like that, sadly. And then it never got ported elsewhere. And I've never had a, I have not had a desktop since I was very, very young. Which is why I stream to all of you from a laptop. Which is not, you know, not the most equipped, but we do what we can. Primarily successful overhaul mod like that is Fallout London. That sounds like an interesting location for a Fallout game. You'll see what it has to do with you in approximately 3 to 5 hours. Oh god, okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I also hate socks, yes. We have a little club forming. Steals my wallet. Please don't, Navajo Ghost. I need it. It's the only way that I can afford games to broadcast here to all of you. It was gonna be Pirate Fable. Oh, Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah. Get his socks too if you can. Extra 20 bucks if you get his shirt. Well, I'm not wearing socks right now, so I don't know where you would find those. I want to play more of the Mound Omen of Cthulhu. I think it would be funny to drag her with me. And that as it's semi-spooky. Yes, I've heard Call of Cthulhu can be pretty creepy. Will we ever see Beyond Good and Evil 2? Probably not. Churi, Beyond Good and Evil 2 is a psyop. That game is not real. That game is a psyop. I've modded almost every game I've sunk hours into. It's funny that you used that Kitty Corpse emote, Bulgay. The other day on her stream, I actually showed her the has anybody ever seen the Sponge Monkeys Quiznos subs ads from back in the day? I showed her that and it broke her brain. That was hilarious. It is so crazy that those ads were ever a thing. I worked on an anticipated fan game that never released. Paid work killed development. I'm very curious about what series it was in, but I can understand if you don't want to share any more than that, Churi. New Vegas is luckily old enough to where it could probably run decent on a relatively new laptop. However, it will most likely need stability mods. Probably. I could give it a shot, but I'm not convinced it will run well on my computer. And after that, I'm playing Fields of Mystria just to save my heart. If the spook is high level, because I will probably jump. Unless someone drops a million items on the ground for no reason. Socks are evil and bad, but dirty floor texture is worse. Yes, that's why house shoes are, that's why house shoes are good. That's why, for me, again, my strategy is barefoot on the carpet, and then for, like, hard surfaces, house shoes are good. I hear Danganronpa? Hell yeah. Yes, you hear correct, Mari. I'm a huge Danganronpa fan. Are you excited for 2x2? It got delayed to next year, and I was really sad about that, but as long as it doesn't get overshadowed by Grand Theft Auto 6, then that is fine by me. I'd rather them have a safer release date, so it doesn't get completely overshadowed. It's okay, I worked on episode 5 of King's Quest, The Silver Lining. Oh, really? I just hate any foot covering. I'm kinda there with you. But, luckily I do have, some very comfortable house shoes that don't bother me that much. But after an extended period, it does get kind of annoying. I want food now, thanks. Did you eat today, Dark? Fortunately, there's a mod collection called Viva New Vegas that has a full instruction manual of how to mod New Vegas into a decently stable state. I am so grateful for fans who actually take the time to do that. In fact, Alice Madness Returns was recently made actually playable on PC because the PC port was horrifically broken. And I actually shared that mod with Callisto so she could play it on stream. And it seemed to be successful, so I'm really happy about that. Once again, fans doing the work that developers will not do. In that case, EA. I'm introducing Dre to Danganronpa. That's how I usually spend my Wednesdays. Hell yeah. I hope Dre's enjoying the series. Have you ever played Master Detective Archives Rain Code, Mari? That is also by Kazutaka Kodaka, the creator of Danganronpa. And it's very Danganronpa. Except you're playing as a detective rather than being stuck in a death game. And I highly recommend it. I'm actually in the middle of a playthrough on the channel. It's been on hold for a bit, but I will be picking it back up again soon. I do recommend it. It will scratch the Danganronpa itch. Hadn't checked on some of the frameworks in a while, and there was quite a few updates since I last had, so that's why my New Vegas has been crashing so much. That makes sense. I had noticed that a few times when I've come into your streams, so I thought that maybe it was just the general instability of the game. So it's good to hear that, I guess, maybe with those updates that wouldn't happen. Cancel GTA 6 so the normies know my pain. Well, Grand Theft Auto 6 is in its own situation with it not having a physical version. And let's be real, Grand Theft Auto 6 is not going to bomb. Of course it's not, it's Grand Theft Auto. But I am glad that Rockstar is getting flack. Because it's only aiding what Sony is doing right now with the death of physical games. At least on PlayStation. Right? I don't get why you would complain over a game releasing later. 99% of cases, that's a good thing? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I get being sad over it because I've been disappointed quite a few times in games I was really looking forward to got delayed. Like, for example, 007 First Light got delayed on Switch 2, and I still can't play it because they haven't given us a new release date for it. And I'm very, very upset about that. But, you know, if the quality is better, or it ends up releasing at a time that gives it more of a fighting chance to succeed, then I'm more than fine with that, you know what I mean? Delays are usually a good thing. Played for like 8 hours straight the other day without crashing at all? Good. Adrian, you're always out there helping your fellow streamers. Thank you, Elandria. I do try. Not that I have much I can help with, because I myself am, not streaming from the most technologically advanced, standpoint. But I do try to help wherever I can. Still crazy to me that Obsidian had to completely figure out how to get ADS to work in an engine they had never worked with in 18 months. Yeah, that is crazy. I've never had issues with Alice Madness Returns. I've played it even with my old build. American McGee is one of my favorite developers. This is one of the cases where EA was pushing to release the game before it was ready to. I am wanting to play through the Alice games. I wanted to get Madness Returns a long time ago on the Xbox, and I had just missed my opportunity. My hope is that I can actually play Alice, the first one, on stream first. But we'll see how it goes. Because yes, I also really love the, I love everything I've seen of those games. I remember actually seeing, oh my god. Bulgay, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yes, I want to play the first game, and I'm hoping to do so, in the future on the channel. And I'm still mad that, EA would not give the green light to, Alice Asylum. Very annoyed about that. Actually thinking back on my spooky games, one would be Devil May Cry, because I was a heavy Devil May Cry fan, and then there was one old spooky game on PlayStation. It was a mystery game, never got to finish it. I'll have to dig through the boxes to find what its name was, because you switch point of views between male and female protagonists. I'd be very curious to see which game you're talking about. Raincoat would be a good game even without the magic cross-dressing. The game is fun. I enjoyed that part. And I got some wonderful fan art out of it. In fact, if those of you don't know, in Raincoat, there's a part where you have to solve a mystery of a murder at an all-girls school. So in order to get in, you have to dress as one of the students and such. And one of the pieces of fan art, actually two, that pop up there in the top right, is based off of that. Yeah, that one right there, by Hello Emerald. And Augustine did one as well. Of me dressed in the school uniform from when I was solving that case. It's a fun game. It's really, really good. I did have food. Ate some old pizza. Wasn't too great, but had some leftover rice with chicken. That was pretty good. I'm glad that you ate. We didn't have to throw food at you. That is a thing that we do here, if we find out that people are starving themselves. GTA 6 won't bomb, but I wish it would so Red Dead would have a chance. The way that Rockstar killed Red Dead Online was crazy to me. Oh, you're playing Days Gone, Purple? Don't forget to do the Kirby Taro. I'm betting on... Oh, Kirby Taro. I'm betting on the 3 of DDD. No worries, Cherry. We're actually about to get to that very soon, because we've been chatting for an hour and 24 minutes. But, I mean, it's been really fun for me. I hope it's been fun for all of you, too. I like, just chatting with all of you. But we will be playing more Kirby. Adrian's bordering on Saint, TBH. No, definitely not. I appreciate that, though. I always appreciate what you show us, Adrian, regardless of tech power. Thank you, Bulgay. Always learn shit here, I love it. I'm happy to hear that, Purple. One thing that's been, something I've enjoyed about streaming is I finally have an outlet for all of the useless gaming knowledge that I have. And I get to converse with people who are just as knowledgeable, if not more, than I am as well. So that makes me really happy too. Speaking of Obsidian, I do adore Grounded, and I have enjoyed some of the Grounded 2 early access so far. That's something else I want to play. I do hope that it gets ported to Switch too. One thing I will say, though, is the Obsidian game I want, like we were talking about white whales and gaming before. You know, you want to know what my white whale is, or one of them? Alpha Protocol 2. I was a die-hard Alpha Protocol fan because I am a huge fan of spy fiction. Of course, you know this. I've talked about my love for 007. But Alpha Protocol was, like, made for me. I fucking loved that game. I cannot tell you how many times I replayed it. And Sega just bungled it, as they do with many things, and they did not return the rights to the IP to Obsidian. And now Obsidian is owned by Microsoft, and now they have been gutted, or at least they've lost a lot of employees. So I know that I'm never going to get an Alpha Protocol 2. It's a tragedy, and it makes me so upset. Oh my god. Dandy, thank you. Thank you for the 100 bits. No, Adrian, not Alpha Protocol 2. The psychic damage is... I know. I know. It hurts my heart and my soul. It hurts so much. We'll never get it. Oh, it makes me so mad. First time playing right now, because I'm doing hordes, because I want to see... I want the SMG. Gonna see if I can post it in Adrian's Discord so you can all see. Yes, please do. If you're able. Okay, main bag is packed. All that's left is the carry-on, and I can't do that until tomorrow because toiletries. Hell yeah, Mari. Honestly, it might sound like... it might sound like, kind of a weird compliment, but I'm glad that you are getting all of this done beforehand, because I know some people who wait to pack until, like, the day of, and they'll do it, like, maybe 2 hours before or something like that, which is insane to me. I don't understand why you wouldn't just save yourself the headache. So I'm glad that you got it done. Mostly all beforehand. I literally just bought the physical boxed version of the original game, American McGee's Alice. It's in great condition. I love the look of it. Super happy. Definitely would recommend you playing it on here. Would be fun. That is awesome. Dark, that you were able to find a physical copy of it. I've wanted that game for so long. We'll see what I can do. To my understanding, the game is considered abandonware. So, you know. We'll see. Raincode brought us so much good art. Yes. Sorry, I'm so behind. I'm trying to catch up real quick. Then we will do the tarot reading, and then we'll play more Kirby. Or are we hating on EA? Screw them. If they aren't going to make another Mercenaries game, they should at least re-release 2. You remember that game? I remember when the Oh No You Didn't song was everywhere from Mercenaries 2. And I remember the commercials for the first game. I think Pandemic made those, right? Pandemic Studios? If I'm not mistaken. I do be good at forgetting to eat. Well, if that happens here, we will most certainly make sure that you remember to grab something to eat. Asylum looked absolutely amazing, but you know EA, not enough microtransactions. Felt sad for McGee, as he did feel down. I'm happy to see where his new Alice-inspired game is going. Wait, he's making a new game inspired by Alice? That is new. That's news to me. Okay, I have to check that out, because I would be all over that. Gonna try to sleep. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Sally. Please get some rest. I'm sorry I didn't end up getting to the game this entire time. But have a good rest, and may your migraine feel better. Thanks for hanging with us. Your useless gaming knowledge meshes with my useless firearm knowledge. Fair enough, fair enough. Yes, I do believe you can download it for free from multiple places. Yes. That is what I'm seeing. So hopefully I can do that. Honestly, I don't even know why EA is sitting on that license. So stupid. Madness Returns was actually going to be a very different game from what it turned out to be because of EA's meddling as well. That was a weird time for EA. Because they went from, like, that very brief period where they were actually doing cool things like Dead Space and Mirror's Edge to greenlighting cool games that they then ended up meddling in too much. Alice Madness Returns was one. Shadows of the Damned was another, by Suda51 and Grasshopper Manufacture, which I do like that game, but they interfered so much with it. Pandemic made some of my favorite Star Wars games too. Battlefront and 2002's Clone Wars. I yearn for a Siphon Filter reboot. I think I remember saying this the other day, but I'm kind of shocked that Siphon Filter was never propped up more from Sony. But as we're discovering, Sony is not, Sony is not the brightest collection of tools in the shed. So it's not a surprise. And they regularly give up on their franchises at the drop of a hat. Like, that's something that makes me laugh, right? About both Microsoft and Sony. That they feel the need to do all of these things to increase the sales of their games, like putting them on PC, or porting them to each other's consoles and stuff, because they can't recoup the losses and everything else, and like their franchises aren't growing. And it's like, you know what? Okay, here's the thing. They act confused about how to properly nurture franchises when Nintendo is right there. And Capcom. And once upon a time, Sega. There's a way to keep your franchises relevant across decades. But for whatever reason, Microsoft and Sony have no fucking clue what they're doing. Ever. I don't get it. You can say it, Sony's a bunch of unimaginative dinguses, yes. Yeah. And greedy too. Because not only are they ruining gaming with their bullshit right now, but they're also fucking up anime. With them buying Crunchyroll and running it into the ground, as well as closing Right Stuff, which was a prolific anime goods store in the United States. And they bought them just to close them, pretty much. The stranglehold that Sony has on so many things right now pisses me off so much. They needed to be called out a long time ago. Yep, the new game is based on his plushie, Dreadful Plushies. I believe the title for his new game is called Dreadful Land. I need to look that up. Thank you for letting me know about that, Dark. I had no clue about that. And yep, EA got no reason to keep on the Alice franchise. They literally didn't want to allow McGee to do Asylum. Despite him showing them a huge bible of artwork and concept art, it's just sad. Yeah, I saw the video he made about it, and that was such a disappointment. It's like, then just give him the rights to his series back, you know? Or if you're gonna hang on to it, which I wouldn't be happy with anyway, even if they did this. But you would think, like, at the very least, do a remaster of 1 and 2 and put it out as a collection. But, funny, we're talking about Alice because I feel the same way about Microsoft with, and Sony, with the IPs that they have that they just sit on and do nothing with. That's what I mean, and that's what kills me, right? Like, Nintendo will randomly break out a new Kid Icarus, or a new Famicom Detective Club. A series so old it's named after the console that it was on. Right? So you end up with a Famicom Detective Club coming out on the Nintendo Switch. But Sony, Microsoft, EA, Ubisoft, if they can't remember the franchises that they own that once made them a lot of money or were very successful, for whatever reason. So very annoying. Talking about all these old games made me randomly think of Hard Boiled, so I went and bought the movie. Alright. But yes, we should probably finally get to our pre-game tarot card reading, and then we'll get to the game. Thank you everybody for not just for being patient while I yap a lot, but also for the wonderful conversation. It is always a good time chatting with all of you. And watching you all chat amongst yourselves. Worse, they forsake their franchises and also refuse to make new IPs. Yeah. And then they wonder why they start making less and less. So then the solution becomes to try and squeeze more out of who they do have. I know it shouldn't need to be said, but I know for whatever reason, well, I'll put it this way. A lot of people are very fucking stupid. Let's just call it what it is. And because of that fact, a lot of people, for whatever reason, tend to believe that just because you are a CEO, then you must be of superior intellect. And that is not the case. That could not be any further from the case. In fact, most CEOs are people who failed upwards and are very incompetent. They would not be able to go and make groceries on their own if you gave them a GPS, an infinite credit card, and a shopping list with aisle numbers for each product. So please don't ever fall for the idea that these CEOs are intellectual individuals. They are not. I promise you that. Don't worry, your yapping is great hard background noise. Thank you, Augustine. McGee's Alice games would be one of the series that got a special place in the kiddie's heart. I really want to play it for myself and come to understand it even more, but I can totally understand why. Yeah, gaming is not in a great place right now. To be honest, I would... you know, whatever. I don't want to rant anymore about it. I just hate what's happening. I really do. And it would be great if Sony continues to get torn apart for this decision that they've made. I just really hope that GTA 6 doesn't make everybody change their tune. In fact, I was actually laughing yesterday. This is the last I'll speak of this. But there's some clown who was ranting on and on about the situation, saying that because PC gaming has been digital for so long, that none of this matters, everybody's being overdramatic and such, and we covered this already a few streams ago when we mentioned that PCs are devices for more than just playing games. PCs, by and large, no longer have disk drives. That is a very different situation than consoles, right? So it's a false equivalency. But this individual is claiming that because Steam is so popular, that there's no reason why we can't just adjust to digital-only games on consoles. And it's like, okay. Once again, despite the fact that PC games are largely digital-only, there's still a physical presence, but of course it's very minuscule. You have choices. There are multiple storefronts. You can obtain codes for games from various sources that may have different pricing. It's an open platform. It is not the same thing as PSN being completely locked down. Again, even amongst consoles, you can buy digital codes for digital Switch and Xbox games from multiple stores. You cannot do that on PlayStation. This is not the same thing at all. This is also coming after Sony removed 500 pieces of entertainment from a specific media company from people's digital libraries that they paid for. Very, very different situation. And it's really annoying seeing people just give the tired argument that this is the future. So just give into it. Like, are you a shareholder of Sony or something? But it kind of ties into a greater thing I think that happens with people. That there is a streak of individuals who always feel the need to play devil's advocate for everything, and they're really fucking annoying. And I don't see the point in playing devil's advocate for something that does not benefit you in any way. Like, how does taking away choice and how you can purchase, obtain, you know, sell things, whatever, benefit you? If you want to be digital only, you've had that option for a very long time. Nobody's stopping you. How does it make your life better to prevent other people from having choice? You know what I mean? I don't really see how that's something that is worth playing advocate for. It's a very weird attitude to have. But I also think a lot of people are armchair CEOs and they just want to feel like they're more intelligent than they really are. But unfortunately, we also live in a time where anti-intellectualism is out of control and people do not read. And the average reading level now is like, what? I think 6th grade. So we're in trouble. But what can you do? Apparently a lot of internet traffic these days is bots. Yes, that is very true. A lot of people engage with bots and don't even realize that they are bots. This is very, very true. The dead internet theory is a lot closer to being true than it is to being false. But anyway, that's enough about that. We're gonna get to our pregame tarot card reading now. And despite how long I've been talking, this is not actually, we haven't broken the record for how long I've been chatting before getting to it, so we're still good. Alright, let's go ahead and change the music, and we'll get to it. If you'll allow me to play devil's advocate, fuck Sony. Yeah. I wouldn't even call that devil's advocate. I would say that is the correct position to take right now. Like, I hate talking like that because, again, everybody has their own opinions. That's fair. But when your opinion is rooted in cheerleading for taking away the opportunity for people, not even just in terms of, like, the ownership, situation, but there's also some countries out there where their only options really are physical discs and such. So you're telling those people that they don't matter as customers, as gamers, etc., just because they don't have the luxury of being able to buy games digitally. It's just very fucked up. So yes, I'm right there with you, Dandy. Alrighty. I promise I'm not a bot. I make too much fan art to be a bot. No worries, Augustine. I know you are... You are indeed not a bot. You are not a bot, just like, Simon is most definitely an ordinary human and nothing else. But yes, here we go. Today's card is a King of Swords in reverse. This is an interesting position for this card, because it can be a very positive attribute for someone, but also something to be very concerned about. So let's get into that. The King of Swords in reverse can represent a person who is a lot more intelligent and powerful than they let on, but they're a quiet individual who tends to let others dwell amongst themselves, you know what I mean? And that's a good thing. There are many people out there who are all too happy to yell and scream about how smart they are, or, you know, how much better they are than other people, etc., etc. There is a value to being a more quiet and reserved individual, even if you are capable of doing great things. Being humble, being modest, it goes a long way. It really does. Not just in being a tolerable person and not a arrogant, obnoxious individual, but also, you can learn a lot. You learn a lot more when your mouth is closed than when it's moving, I would say. People tend to tell on themselves and show you exactly what kind of individuals that they are. And you can learn a lot when people do not think that you're capable of much. So there's an inherent value to not necessarily giving away all of the information as to what you're capable of. This is especially true in workplace settings, right? For people who would seek to take advantage of you, or try to what's the word for it? Sabotage you out of jealousy or whatever, competitiveness, so on and so forth. So this can be a very positive attribute in a person, someone who is quite capable, but humble, and prefers not to be the center of attention with what they're capable of, right? However, the King of Swords in reverse can also represent somebody who uses that advanced intellect or their advanced capabilities for negative purposes. Somebody who likes to manipulate other people. Somebody who has a massive ego, and rather than scream about it from the rooftops, prefers to exercise that that arrogant behavior by exerting control over other people for negative purposes. Somebody who thinks that they're so much smarter than everybody else, that they have the right to mistreat others and lead them in the way that they believe they should be led. Can also be somebody who likes to present themselves as far more intelligent than they really are. So if this card represents somebody that you know, well, It can really go either way. But definitely something to keep an eye on. And if it represents yourself, this could be a wake-up call to be more authentic. If you're the type of person that compensates for what you feel you lack by being more smarmy or trying to show off intelligence that you don't really have, it's okay to be yourself. You don't have to do that. People will like you regardless of what you perceive as your own limitations, because I promise you people are not looking at you as hard as you're looking at yourself. Odds are you're always judging yourself on a much more brutal level than other people will ever judge you, because most people, quite frankly, are also paying too much attention to themselves. So if you feel like, for whatever reason, that represents you, pulling this card can be a sign that you can be yourself and you do not need to behave in this manner. And lastly, this card can also represent indecision. You may be having a hard time trying to decide where you want to go in life, and your intellect could be kind of leading you all over the place. You might be faced with a lot of options, but you don't really know what to do. And you're stuck in a position where you've got a million thoughts and nowhere to properly direct them. I think we all kind of face those moments sometimes. So if that represents you, this card can also be a sign to stop worrying so much about all the decisions, about all the possibilities, because you're quite literally trapped in a cycle of choice paralysis. So it's time to take a step back, really pay attention to yourself, what you want, what you're looking for, and trust yourself to make the right decision, to move forward, and harness your intellect properly. But yes, that is our pregame tarot card pull. I'm a modest kitty, now praise kitty. I like those two sentences right beside one another. But yes, that is that. Now, we can get to the game. Thank you all for being patient. I appreciate that. Here we go. So, if EA really forgets and some silly shenanigans happen, the Mercenaries trademark will expire mid-2029 if they don't file a renewal. Well, you know what, Valko? That would be ideal, I think. I'd like to see somebody pick up the license and do remasters. That would be nice. I'm being good and drinking water? Good, good. In fact, you know what? I think I'll join you. I was talking a lot and I could use some water myself. I also remembered to post on Blue Sky. So I'm also being good today. The cards are mean today. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're being mean. If anything, it can serve as a warning about people who may not be what they say they are. Or it can be some encouragement to somebody who is kind of insecure that you don't really have a reason to be, you know? Well, they'd still have the copyright, which should hold for 95 years past the release date. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Here we go. Level 4. Ow. Okay, I completely forgot the, what in the world? Okay, that was not what I was expecting out of that ability. I mean, I can work with this. It's just weird. That actually saved my life just then. Yeah, but they don't need to call me insecure to my... Fair enough. Oh my god. Wait, so even in stone form, the spikes can kill me? Okay, that's interesting. I'm also kind of shocked that, turning into stone is the, ability that you get from absorbing an axe. Ow. That would not have been my first thought. Okay, let's avoid those, areas there. The kappas are really annoying. And I do wish that the boomerang could fetch items for you in the same way that it can in Zelda. That would be very useful right now. I haven't drawn birds in so damn long. I'd curse you if you weren't already cursed. I'm sorry, Augustine. But yes, if it makes you feel any better, I am cursed already, so... Your job has been done for you. That thing is cute, which means it's dangerous. I've learned the rules of Kirby by now. If it makes you want to hug it, it's probably gonna kill you. Kinda curious how much of this we have left. Ow. See what I mean? Weirdly enough, though, that enemy is kind of like a kamikaze. Because him hurting you actually kills him. Boomerang is not the greatest transformation to have right now. Ow. It was a rougher trip to the top than I was expecting. Starting to black out here. Still in normie sleep schedule right now. Gonna get some eepy eep. Will wish you a wonderful rest of your stream. Happy I could catch some of it. Thank you for dropping by, Dark, and please do sleep well. In fact, hold on. Hold on. That, was not how that was supposed to go. My chat lagged because of the ad break. There we go. Yes, please sleep well, and thank you for dropping by. Always appreciate you. Don't apologize, I chose this. Besides, autographing the book was mean enough, so this can serve as penance. Yeah, thank you to everybody who's here right now. I always appreciate all of you. I always say it, but you all taking the time out of your busy days to spend here with me. Always greatly appreciated. Whoa. I know I don't really need to go through this much to get these stars, but kind of feels like one of those things where why not? I actually think I'm in the sweet spot where he can't hit me. Yeah. Neither can these guys. Okay, these guys are starting to get on my nerves. You can't be serious right now. Hold on. Let's make a save point. I guess I could just run past them, but I really want to kill them. There we go. In this case, the juice was probably not worth the squeeze, but... oh, thank goodness I don't have to go that far back. Wait a minute, they... do they explode? Apparently so. That is weird. This game is making me realize I knew very little about Kirby compared to what I thought. Alright, we got a crystal. Whoa. Oh my god. This whole area is treacherous. It kind of feels like something out of Donkey Kong Country. Honestly. Okay. Alright, don't trust those platforms. Got it. They will break. There we go. Do you see what I mean about cute things? Why on earth would those things be trying to kill Kirby? There has to be some kind of, cute to deadly ratio in the Kirby universe. Alright, we got a ability back, so that's good. Couldn't get it. Even though it was right next to me. Sadly. Finally done with the dumpling wrappers. Welcome back, Alandria. Sounds delicious. When animated foods look more tasty than real-life foods. I know. That especially happens, in anime. Especially cooking-themed shows. Okay, do you see what I mean? This feels like, this whole world so far has felt inspired by Donkey Kong Country. I would be shocked if that was not the case. Because now we even have a minecart segment. A lot less treacherous than Donkey Kong Country, but a minecart segment nonetheless. Which reminds me, another game I want to play that I never played before is Donkey Kong 64, which is on the NSO now. So we may find ourselves playing that too. That's because they utilize the draw to shiny foods because of how people naturally crave fat. Donkey Kong Country is a good game to take inspiration from? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's just interesting to see how clear the inspiration is for this game, and I would not have... God, I hate that thing. I would not have expected that from a Kirby game. I think there's a fascination I have with playing a lot of retro games because way back then, even though I used to read gaming magazines, and use a lot of gaming sites and such, forums, so on and so forth. I think most of us would see games on like a store shelf and all we would see is a cover and whatever pictures were on the back of the box. So you always kind of had these visions in your mind of what the games would be like. So when you actually get to play them years later, it's really fun when they turn out to be nothing like what you imagined. And this was not what I imagined Kirby 64 was like. It's one of the things I was taught in high school. It really helped me with drawing food. Oh my god. This is not what I thought Kirby would be like either. Yeah, I'd seen other Kirby games, but not Kirby 64. How did you think it would be? I don't know, I guess I imagined it being a lot less intense. Like, I mean, it's not that hard. I think a large part of it is me just, constantly, underestimating the hitboxes and such. And then there are certain enemies that are clearly meant to be more obnoxious than others. But I don't know, I kind of thought that this would be a lot more relaxed. And definitely less body horror. But it's really fun, I do like it a lot. I also didn't think it would be this, visually impressive. Which I already mentioned last stream, so I won't repeat myself too much on that. No, no, no! Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh, that's frustrating. But yeah, this game aged very, very well. Visually. Dumpling filling, very fried down cabbage. And bacon, lard, sausage, shiitake mushrooms. That sounds delicious. Just an inch. An inch. I'm not even gonna bother trying to collect all these stars here. God, those guys are annoying. Alright, finally, we made it through. Did you bring enough for the whole class? This is an important question, Dandy. This is an important question. Alright, let's make another save. My dumpling dough recipe was a little small. Okay. I'm starting to remember the controls again. So getting a little bit better. I am honestly surprised that that thing is not a transformation. It seems like a perfect ability. But I tried it yesterday and it doesn't work. I think that's one of the other things that surprised me, Dandy, is that there's very limited options for what you can turn into. And I would have expected a lot more. Okay, that's not something I was expecting. Nor was I expecting that getting hit with a bone makes you lose your ability. Wonderful. Alright, what does this do? Okay, we've already had that one. You're most welcome. Sorry for a slow reply, but yeah, it's a very pretty picture. Okay, you know what, actually, I guess this kind of ended up being a really good ability to have here. Now, are those purple things supposed to be bats or hummingbirds? So hummingbirds are very cute. I know, I was wondering the same thing. They are cute. But, definitely dangerous. Okay, no prize for that, I guess. Don't apologize, the only reason I'm keeping up with your responses is Adrian reading them out loud. I'm so locked in right now. I will continue to read them aloud then. Okay, that is weird. That should have hit. Oh god, here we go. Alright, thank goodness there's some food stashed away here. There we go, back to full health. Bad power up to have there. And that's the other thing. Sometimes things don't happen the way that you think they will. Like normally when you jump and hit B, you do that little breath thing that Kirby does. But instead I turned into a rock there. But I think it's because you're supposed to press A twice before you can do that. I don't know, some of the controls in this game can be a little bit confusing. Like for the specific conditions to make it do what you want it to do. Alright, we're almost back to where we were. Right, now one of these had a... It's not that one. God damn it. One of them has a crystal shard. One of these columns. As it goes down. I saw it when I fell before. Random topic, but you know something I've been in the mood for recently? I've been really wanting to watch a good J-horror movie. It's been a little while since I've seen one. I need to see if there's any that are playing on Shudder or something. 'Cause it's been way too long. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, that's new. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, not how I thought that would work. Alright, whatever. I'm not even gonna worry about that shard. Let's just get through this area. That's cool. Yeah, it actually was a pretty cool ability. Alright, I need to get rid of this because it's honestly not a good one to have in this area. I'm having to use my goddamn brain for this. I'm sorry, Augustine. I'm sure that it's gonna turn out fantastic, but I'm sorry that it's causing you strife. Alright, we're almost there. You know what? I just realized that this says Kirby. The platforms we're on. I'm almost done, so I'll be back on comic soon. Can't wait. Oh, thank God. That was torture. What exactly is that? Alright, let's make another save. This is probably going to turn out to be another rough one. But actually, I'd say this is a pretty good ability to have in this situation. Kind of weirdly enough, acting like a little bit of a protective shield from the falling debris. Oh yeah, especially if we're gonna have moments like this. Okay, that was very close. Now this level actually feels very Super Mario World, which is a good thing. I'm actually really liking this one so far. Alright, so far so good. Something else I think this is adorable about this game too is how all these characters come together to help Kirby. Like, I didn't think King Dedede would be an ally in this game. That was very cute. Alright, one. Let's just take our time going across this. Alright, not bad. Alright, could have been worse. Kinda wish you could roll in that form. That'd actually be wonderful right about now. But still quite effective. I love how there's just a whole array of these guys. Look at this. Waiting to take flight. Get out of here. Yeah. This ended up being the perfect ability to come into this level with. I cannot stress that enough. Very glad that, this is what I had equipped. Okay, well, just play the maracas then. Thought they were gonna jump from the foreground, or the background to the foreground, and attack me. Oh, that's just great. God, this is getting kind of tight. Oh my god. Wait, is it not over yet? Is it still following me? My god, I'm literally panicking with how close it was getting. Yeah, I know, right? Oh my god, I lost my ability. Okay, it's alright. We got something else. God. Hurry up. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Why was that so intense? Right? I am glad that I'm not the only one, Mayberry. I was holding my breath. That felt like something more out of a Metroid game than what I would have expected from Kirby. What the hell was that? Oh my god. Okay, how do I damage this guy? Okay, I see. Ow. This is a strange battle. uh... Alright, can I absorb those things that jump up? Okay, good. Yes, I can. This is going to be very difficult. Yeah, this is not a good ability. For this fight. How goes your suffering? I don't really know how to describe it. This is a very weirdly designed boss fight. Once you use that ability, you cannot stop yourself from falling into the lava. It is strange. I just want to suck and spit. Probably a good idea. Right? Yeah, I think you are absolutely right, Shuri. I do have to say this is not my favorite boss battle at all. Very odd design choice, but if I don't fuck it up, this should be it. There we go. Unless there's a phase 2. Ignore me. What do I know? Why would there not be a phase 2? Alright. I didn't think I'd need to get locked in over a Kirby game, but here we are. Hadrian, when the most annoying boss has a second phase, yeah. So now I need to wait until the enemies come so I can take their ability. What am I supposed to do to dodge that? Such an old school Kirby. Yeah, this is actually my first time playing this Bulgay. Okay, thank God. Phase 3, or are we done? We're done. You exploded into a crystal. Thank God. Just hand it over and let me out of here. Please. Oh my God. That was not my favorite boss fight. Hashtag free Adrian. Kirby's a true friend, saving Waddle Dee like that. Now on to level 5, Shiver Star. Alright, let's make a save. How are you, by the way, Bulgay? I don't think you ever, Did you say whether you were at work or not? I'm free myself? Hell yeah. Just got out of work? Love to hear it. Can I actually take... Alright, come here. Yes, I can. What does that do? Oh yes, it's this. I wonder what the... God, that thing is annoying. Okay. Of course not, of course not. Okay, now what do you do? You know what? Why not? That is an incredible ability. I love that the penguin goes running scared from you. Wait, did that bird nosedive on you? Yes, it did. I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw that. Yes. Hilarious, I know, right? He went beak first right into the, rolling snowball and got absorbed. Kamikaze birds? Yeah, I was saying that before. They're like, they are like kamikazes. They fly right into you and then they end up dying. Thank goodness we got some health. And a 1-up. And a crystal. Not bad. Bulgate, what's your favorite N64 game? That's tough. Yeah, there's a lot of good choices. No, no, no. Okay, good. I thought I lost my ability for a second. There we go. I really like Mischief Makers. I wish I could have played that game. I keep hoping that it gets added to the NSO. I have never had the chance to play it. I know the question wasn't directed to me, but it's easily Ocarina of Time. It's an open question, honestly. But I'm curious for you as well, Dandy, but now that I know your answer, yes, we are one and the same. Mine is Ocarina of Time as well. Yeah, that was a little bit too close. One game that's on the NSO that I never played when it came out, but I played when it released on NSO, and it broke my brain, is Operation Winback. Have any of you played that game? Ow. God, these stupid things rolling the boulders. A pick I doubt anybody would expect from me, though, is Extreme G. Is that currently on the NSO? Because it sounds very familiar. Wait a minute. Okay. What is the point of the ice skates? Oh, easily. I loved Ocarina of Time. I lived vicariously through friends who had the N64, like Star Wars, Shadow of the Empire. I spelled Ocarina wrong, no worries. Extreme G is on NSO? Okay, I'll check it out. I thought I saw it. It sounded very familiar. I think I played it a little on PS2, but only versus Operation Winback. The story mode in Operation Winback is insane. I kind of wish that I wouldn't have played it until I started streaming. But my god. Operation Winback is a game that is a precursor to the modern third-person shooter. But the controls are incredibly stiff. The controls are incredibly stiff. And, it has a lot of strange design decisions that I don't know how to explain to you. Like, getting the true ending is a nightmare, and I didn't bother trying to get it. I think you have to complete the final level or something like that within a certain amount of time. But you power walk everywhere, pretty much. So you have to be quite perfect. Does anyone remember Kill Switch 2? That one doesn't ring a bell. My bad, just kill switch. Hold on, let me look that up. On PS2. Let's see. I'm kind of surprised. This is one I don't think I've ever seen before. Interesting. Funny enough, it does kind of look like, Operation Windback. A little bit. Actually, wait, you know what? Never mind. Yeah, I do recognize this. Yes, I do. Okay. I saw one screenshot. That was exactly what I had seen of it. And yes. Oh my goodness. All right. Let's try this again. I'm starting to have a little bit of a headache. Induced by hunger. But I want to try to get through this. Thank you for the hydrate. I feel that. The hunger is pain. Have you eaten yet or no? I wish I knew who that cute little, witch up there is. Though honestly, as usual with this game, the cuter something is, the more dangerous it is, so maybe it's for the best that, they do not get closer. Thought you were reading a chat message for a second. Food is not my friend today. Do you just not have much of an appetite? Yeah, once again, this is reminding me of Donkey Kong Country. It's honestly very, very interesting. I mean, not out of place for the timing when this came out. I just, to be honest, never really thought there would be a Kirby game that would be so clearly inspired by Donkey Kong Country. Oh god, the bubbles are giving me Celeste flashbacks. Is there something similar? Like, do they also launch you? That was kind of a brutal way to take that enemy out. My phone just told me it's going to be cooling over the next 3 days, but my weather app slash widget tells me the next 3 days are going to be 99 degrees Fahrenheit. I wish the robots would get on the same page and have better news. Do you want to know one reason why that's happening, Dandy? It is because a certain agency named after a certain, Shiba Inu meme decided to axe many of the weather balloons that we have that help us to track the weather. And so, weather tracking accuracy has actually been significantly worse than it was before. So yes, there's a reason why that is happening. Let's just shoot the sun out of the sky, please. When I need it, I'll buy you a sun lamp, same thing. We need like a, underground... Oh my god, I hate this. We need, like, an underground city to be able to, run to when the weather gets too hot. Like that, that movie, The City of Ember. Which is actually a book, but I've never read the book. It's actually a really good movie. Fucking love that book. I've never had the privilege of reading it, but I've always wanted to because I really liked the movie. I was happier not knowing, honestly. I do not blame you. I just wanted you to know that you're not crazy for, noticing the inconsistencies with weather reporting. Because it is in fact a thing that is happening. How do I get inside that box? Okay, that's frustrating. I got it from elementary school and never turned it back to the library. I forgot I had it till I found it in high school. It's okay, we won't tell anyone. Your secret is safe here. Ow. Legitimately, I went to so many elementary schools, they'll never find me. Dude, they probably put that on your permanent record. Can you imagine that, Dandy? Wait a minute. What am I looking at? Is this a lightsaber? This game continues to surprise me in ways that I did not expect. Kirby wielding a lightsaber was not on my bingo card. Just wait, Augustine gonna be applying for a home loan and get rejected because they didn't return a book in the 6th grade. A double-bladed lightsaber at that, yeah, right? Yeah, I think it's safe to say that I really had no clue what Kirby 64 was gonna be like. Definitely didn't think it would be like this. That's your favorite combo? Oh yeah, this is the one that you mentioned, right? Electrical plus the boomerang. I remember you said it's not the most useful, but honestly, I'm getting a good deal of use out of it. It's got nice range to it, which I definitely appreciate. You know, real food might be evil and bad, but at least I have spicy Skittle gummies to help keep me alive. That's a thing? That is the first I've ever, that's the first I've ever heard of that, Augustine. Fire and Blade is pretty fun too. Is that the bow and arrow? Or is it something else? Kind of feels a little bit overdue for a giant version of this guy for a boss. Because we've been running into a lot of them for multiple stages now. I'm a little shocked that this is the first we're seeing this. Fire and Blade? No, not a bow? Okay. Wait, what was it? Cherry. Cherry, grape, and what is that thing in the middle? Hold on, let me make a save. Because I'm assuming that's supposed to be the, answer to this, right? Or not. Looks like a hazelnut or cutico. There we go, okay. Alright, I guess you can't take him out, huh? My bad, I was looking for the word kuri. It's another word for chestnuts. Ow. I think you were right, though. The environments in this game can be kind of trippy sometimes, in a good way. The visual design of this location is kind of all over the place, but I really like it. Okay, that was cheap. Oh my god. Sometimes it feels like you take damage over the dumbest things. And I know I've already said it, but you see what I mean with this game? With the, heavy usage of things coming from the background to the foreground? Seems like it would have made for a good 3DS game. That's annoying. That is so annoying. Gotta try it again? No, we actually can't try it again. Sadly. This headache is starting to get a little bit worse. Alright, well we can't get that one. Sadly. Thank you. Thank you, Augustine. Yeah, I will probably be ending soon. I was hoping we were close to the end of the game. But I kind of suspect this game might be a little longer than I thought. Don't know how many more levels we have left. At least one of us has to eat something to keep balance in the world. Well, for now, I guess that would be you with your spicy Skittles. But now I'm thinking about what Alandria said she made for dinner. Those don't count. Oh, she actually posted a picture of it in the server? Okay, I'll have to take a look after. Is that a cat in there? There's a cat being kept inside that giant container. My god, these stupid things that just manifest from nowhere. And whatever that thing in there is. Or at least for once we were actually able to claim the crystal that we earned defeating a boss. I'm eating gummies because my medication doesn't work if I don't eat something with it. I'm glad you're at least doing that. Ouch. By the way, I don't know if I already said so, but the new chapter is incredible. I enjoy your writing quite a bit. Thank you so much, Augustine. I really, really appreciate that. Because I kind of agonized over that one a lot. I deleted a lot and then rewrote much of what I had. Because the wording just was not agreeing with me. And I'm sure you also have these moments as an artist, but sometimes when you're writing, you kind of have to make the executive decision to let go of it at some point, because if not, you just keep endlessly tinkering with it. And you'll never stop. And considering this is really meant to be, you know, something fun and a relatively small-scale project, I didn't want to put the same agony into it as I do with the books that I've written. Thought that was a safe zone. But yeah, no, I really do appreciate that. Glad that you're liking it so far. I wasn't really sure if anybody was going to really read it, but it's a fun outlet for me to convey some of the lore that I envision for myself. Because as I usually say, I unfortunately lack the computational power and funds to do lots of cool things in the same way that some larger VTubers will, with their models and like cool videos and stuff that they'll make specifically for their lore and stuff like that. So yes, doing this is a way for me to be able to express some of that without having those capabilities. So I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Oh my god, yes, that happens to me so very much. I struggle with over-rendering pieces. Yeah, it's like you keep looking at it, and the more that you look at it, you will always find something to pick apart. Even if it's fine. You just keep finding more and more to tinker with. And the more that you do that, you will never actually truly finish it. So at some point, you kind of just have to let it go. And just let it be what it is. Learning how to do that helped me a lot with my writing. Because there was definitely a time where I could not do that. And I never got anything done because of it. So what I'm hearing is that I need to learn to animate and then we can make something. While I would love that, I do think you should learn how to do it for your own stuff. Because that would be really cool to see. Okay, I really do not like this right now. Good grief. A very, very narrow period to get in and out of there. There's no safe zone. There's no safe zone. What the hell am I supposed to do there? Alright, we're gonna make a suspend point here. Well, that sounds less fun shaking my head. Please. There has to be something I'm missing here. Alright, stop here so I don't get squashed. Okay. Let's save again here so I don't have to load all the way back over there. Down here, first and foremost. Okay. Now, from what I'm seeing here, there's like no way. There's nowhere to hide. I think we just gotta try and book it. There we go. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. Let me save it. Do not want to do that again. Though, to be fair, I do think that maybe my, hunger and subsequent headache probably made that worse than it is. No, wait. Ah, that's annoying. Okay, I don't need any of the, any of the food right now. But I do want that crystal. Are you kidding me? Alright, let's ignore the enemies here. Grab it. That is so obnoxious. So you can't even let the thing touch you. Okay. Okay. There we go. Finally. Not even gonna get annoyed about that. Just get me out of here, please. Alright, here we go. Weirdly enough, the structure of this game kind of reminds me of Wario World a little bit. Alright, how do I hurt you? Okay, so we wait for it to clasp its hands together. And then we can attack it. Alright, so essentially just a lot of patience. Because there really isn't a huge window. Alright, one more cycle. There we go. Phase 2. Naturally. You want to know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a save point. Okay, so he can get you even through the electric force field. Alright, I wonder if... Let me test something. If I can do this without getting killed. Yes, okay. So let's wait for, guess, this. You've got to be kidding me. What even just happened? What even just happened? This is kind of dumb. In particular, this part right here. Phase 3. No, thank God. That is more than enough of that. Poor Kirby. Kirby looks kind of like how I feel right now. Would this happen to be the final planet? Kind of looks like it, right? Okay. Also, by the looks of the planet, I was not expecting for it to look this cute on the surface. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try my best to speed run this. Because I have a feeling that this is the final planet. And I did think about leaving it to another stream, but... normally we would talk about this... at the end. Oh, brother. At the end, but... I'm likely not going to be streaming tomorrow, because I have some things going on. And as a result, would like to finish this now, because Friday I have my collab with Callisto. I was kind of hoping that this game would be, at most, a 2-stream game. So we're gonna try to keep it to that. Well, I really do like the vibe of this one so far. Of course, it's going to be a water level. Thank you, King DDD. I thought that was about to turn into a, escape the boulder sequence. Pleasantly surprised that is not what happened here. Alright, down we go. I cannot stress enough how annoying some of the behavior of these enemies are in this game. Not like in a way where it's like a bad mark on the game itself. It's more so me. One, because I have a headache right now, and two, skill issue, I suppose. But my god, definitely around this time, games were designed in a way where they had a perfect prediction of exactly the kinds of mistakes you were gonna make. And they will prey upon that perfectly. Every time. Alright, now which way am I going? Thank you. Yeah, that's strange. Okay, I guess only certain abilities will get rid of that, right? That's fine. Let's just keep it moving. We're almost there. I really like the music in this level. It's so dramatic. It is definitely starting to feel like we're reaching the end. I apologize that my commentary has kind of dwindled a little bit. It's just a headache, to be honest. Making it a little bit hard to think at the moment, but I do believe that we are almost to the end. I like how I'm destroying some of these things before they even fully spawn. Also like the way that these rooms, the wallpaper and design keeps getting darker. That's cute. Alright, let's try and speed this up a little bit. Honestly, the perfect ability right now. Is this it? Ow. Okay, what am I looking at? What are we doing here? I should have made a save. Let me do that. Okay, well if he's just invincible, how am I supposed to... Is that the only one that's susceptible to damage? Not what I meant to do. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I know what we're supposed to do here. Got it. Okay. So each of these forms are only weak against their respective types. Got it. Alright, whatever. We know what to do now. Attack patterns on this thing are really annoying. See, like, some of it takes way too long for it to be practical for you to even be able to get in any attack. I can't wait to be done with this. I cannot lie. Alright, let's just reload. Alright, now lose that. Honestly, I don't even think it's worth trying to attack him during the rock one, because you do not have enough time and he just barrels over you like a dick. So it's better to just avoid, I think. Yeah, fire and rock are pointless. You do not have the time to actually do anything to them. Oh, this is annoying. This is really annoying. I know, that is exactly how I feel, Mayberry. I normally have more patience for this kind of thing. I think I'm just... This headache is making this a lot less amusing for me than I think it would otherwise be. And then there's stupid aspects like that where you can't even... You're trying to use your ability, but everything hurts you. And there's very specific ways that you need to be able to attack, but the game punishes you for things that are not your fault. Like, some of these abilities, for example, require you to propel yourself, like the flame one. And if you happen to land on one of the other fireballs, you'll still take damage. See what I mean? Very annoying. But honestly, it's not that bad. I think it's just... just gonna require a lot of patience. They switch up the patterns on stuff too. Just to be annoying. Alright, I'm going to make another suspend point here, because we're kind of like halfway through the battle and I'm probably going to die here. Because they will likely do something to switch the pattern out of nowhere. That's what I mean. I wish there was a way to earn more health during these fights. Because when cheap stuff like that can happen to you, where you can just get hit from things off screen that you have no hope of dodging. It's actually rather annoying that you can't do anything to recover it all. But all I can really do is knuckle down and try to do it. So we'll be locked in for the duration of this battle. I do apologize for it, chat. You see, like, the fire one is interesting. How are you supposed to attack him when the game punishes you for attacking him? Very weird. Save it here again. Not worth it, just leave it alone. It's like what you have to accept is that you're only going to get scraps out of this fight. In fact, I do not like that. We're gonna reload. You're only gonna get scraps out of this fight. They give you a very limited window to hurt him, and you get punished for doing a lot of things. So there's really no way to kind of speed the fight up or anything. Kind of just have to play his little game here. And it honestly wouldn't be that bad if you didn't get punished for attacking. Alright, let's save this. We're very close to beating him, but unfortunately we also only have one hit left that we can take. We did it, but there has to be... There's no way that's it. Not after all of that. Final battle? Thank you, Mayberry. But I feel like I'm in extreme doubt of this right now. There has to be something more. Especially because that does not actually reflect what I know of the final battle of this game. But I don't know if maybe it's a thing if I didn't collect all the crystals and that might be it. Yeah, okay. You saw that? This was a bad ending. You've got to be kidding me. Okay. So yes, this does remind me a lot of Wario World, because it's kind of like the same thing, where if you don't save all of the little NPCs, you don't get the full ending. So because I didn't get all of the crystals, I did not get the proper ending. And if I'm going to do that, then I would need to play through this with a guide to see how you get all of them. Because there was ones that I did get, but couldn't collect them because I wasn't actually sure how I was supposed to. Like, they would be in, like, boxes or something with no way to actually collect them. So I would need a guide to show me what to do. That is definitely not a today thing, because my head is starting to hurt a lot. Alright, well, let's go ahead and move back to the office. And I'll give my thoughts on this game, and then, we will finish out. Steal laptop. You know what? You can have it for the rest of the evening, Navajo Ghost. Hold on. Let me move us back. Okay. Yeah, so that was Kirby 64, everybody. Thank you for the head pats, Mayberry. I enjoyed it. It's a good game, don't get me wrong. It has some rough edges, mainly with the controls. I don't know if it's an emulator thing, but there is some input lag on this game. And it definitely was starting to hurt during the final battle. And some of the abilities are a little bit too catastrophic, like the fire ability, where you hurl yourself at the enemy, and then you kind of like have no control over where you fall. That was a little bit irritating. Game of the times. Sorry for the lurk with Star Fox, and don't apologize. Thank you for the lurk, and I hope you're having fun with Star Fox. What are you thinking about it so far? I assume you're playing the remake? But yeah, I mean, I did have fun with it. It's a good game. But I do think you're right about that, Valko. A game of its time. Like, there's just certain aspects of it that is just a little bit rough. Not enough to be a bad game, but enough to detract from your enjoyment if it didn't have those little janky bits. You know? It's very pretty. Yeah. No, I agree, and I'm glad that you are also a fan of the new Star Fox crew designs. Because I know people were complaining about them, but to be honest, I think they look great. And as I told you, like, even though I like Star Fox, I'm not like a fan of anthropomorphic animals usually. But I think they were very well designed. They look really cool, in my opinion. I don't really understand why people were complaining about it. I know some of them were upset that they changed like their boot designs and stuff to look more like accurate to a real version of the animals. Like in Falco's case, he doesn't even have like boots anymore. But I don't know, to me it kind of emphasizes the differences between them, and I like it. Love the new dialogue and character interactions. That is probably the one thing I haven't seen yet outside of the trailers. And I'd like to see more of that. And I hope that, like we discussed, this was kind of a trial run for Velen Studios, so that they can actually make a completely new Star Fox. That would be really cool. Because at this point, I think this is probably going to be the definitive remake of 64. I don't think they need to remake it anymore. So hopefully this was kind of like a tryout for Velen, and they get to make a new one, kind of like how Samus Returns was a trial run for Mercury Steam, and then they ended up being able to make Metroid Dread. That's my hope, anyway. Make some more alien, which they are. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. But yes. Kirby 64. Good game. I am tempted to get the good ending. I don't know if I'll make that a future stream. I don't think it'll be worth it for something that's probably only going to be, well, you know what? I was gonna say probably only like an extra cutscene. But to my knowledge, I think there was supposed to be a different final boss, kind of like Star Fox 64. So it might, I don't know. Well, I'll think on it. It might be worth it for one more stream. We'll see. I'm crossing my fingers. There are some old characters that need to return in the sequel. Yeah, knowing how Nintendo operates, I'm willing to bet they want them on the next game, especially because it seems like it's actually doing pretty well, at least based off of the eShop charts. It's pretty high up there, so I think it's doing well. So hopefully they earned the trust of Nintendo to make the new potential game. That would be great. Steal everyone's snacks? Please don't do that. Now I need food. You can have my laptop for the evening, but I need food. That's the thing about Kirby games. They're relatively easy, but getting the extra stuff is a bit harder. That's actually a pretty cool trade-off. So I'll think about it. If you're all interested in me doing one more stream of this where I get the final boss and full ending, then I'll run it back. But we will see. But overall, I did like it. It was fun. I think I just had a hard time with it just mainly because things like the input lag and my brain not processing some of the drawbacks of some of the abilities fast enough, like the boomerang rendering you unable to float, got me killed a few times, things like that. Or how some things were mapped to buttons that I feel like maybe they shouldn't have been mapped to. Like, in order to do like the little outward breath that Kirby does, you have to float at least twice. But your brain sometimes, like, you'll float once and you'll accidentally activate your ability, and if you have something like the stone ability, you'll just drop and kill yourself by accident. Very, very easy to do that. Whereas I feel like if the breath was mapped to a different button, it would have been better. But again, that's kind of like, I think that's probably more of a me thing, and something I could probably get over if I played it more and just kind of got used to it. I'm willing to admit that most of my issues with the game were likely skill issues with me. So it's not something I hold against the game. The only thing I will hold against it is that there's definitely input delay. But again, I don't know if that's present in the original release or it's just the emulator. I wouldn't say no, but I don't want you to push yourself through something that's making you frustrated. Yeah, I'll think about it. Because to be fair, like I said, most of the issues I do recognize is just a skill issue with me. And right now, currently, the fact that I have a pretty bad headache that I think made me more annoyed than I would have otherwise been. Plus, I have been going for 4 hours and 25 minutes. Even though, like, a lot of that in the beginning was just talking. But, you know. But in any case, I will think about it. And as usual, thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate you all coming to hang out. It was a good time. It's just learning the ins and outs of the game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the thing about me. I don't really... There are some games that frustrate me, but I'm usually pretty patient, and if I have the opportunity to just keep practicing at it, I'll get it. So I usually don't hold it against the game unless it's a game that's intentionally designed to be frustrating. You know what I mean? I think if anything, it's more so that I probably pigeonholed myself into wanting this to be like a 2-stream game. So I was trying to kind of breeze through it and didn't give myself the time to get better at the game. But yeah. Good stream, see you later. Thank you so much, Balco. I appreciate that, and thank you for being here. Headaches suck, man. Really makes everything worse. Yeah, truly. It really does. Because I definitely would have been a little bit more talkative during that final battle, even though I had to lock in, but right now, like, my head is throbbing. So, before we get out of here, yes, I will probably not be streaming tomorrow. I've got some stuff to take care of, and Friday is my collab with Callista. We're going to be playing Super Battle Golf. Likely with some other guests, but I don't know who will be joining us. So hopefully you will all look forward to that. I'll keep you updated in the server about what time that will be, because whenever we do finalize whoever will be joining us, we will, of course, need to settle on a time that is best for everybody involved. So as soon as I know, you'll all know. But I am looking forward to it because I really do like that game, and I've been looking for a reason to play it again. So, it was a fun stream. Get some water, some food, and some rest. Thank you very much, Dandy. Yes, to everybody who hasn't eaten yet, please get something to eat. And please get some rest. And stay cool if you're still going through the relentless summer heat. But let's find somebody to raid. And thank you for the 10 stream streak. I appreciate that, Dandy. Seriously, thank you so much. And thank you for the 100 bits. And Bolgay, if you're still here, thank you for the 2 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Love the stream as always, Adrian. Thank you. Thank you, Mayberry, for being here. I appreciate you toughing it out with me through that final boss. And thank you, Augustine, for the, thank you for the redeem there. Alright, let's see who is online. Okay, not a whole lot of options tonight, but Lilith Hua is on. She's playing the original Resident Evil 4. We've rated her a few times recently, so I assume most of you know who she is, but she is a strawberry-loving vampire. Very, very funny. One of the funniest VTubers on the platform, I think. And I can only imagine how she's faring with the original RE4. So we're gonna drop by and check on her. The raid message, as always, is Hallie Raid. Let me post that just in case anybody's here who has not come with us on one of these. But yes, that will be our raid message. And if you will not be joining us, have a great rest of your evening, everybody. If you're coming along, please do drop by, give her a follow, and say hi. She's a really nice person. But yes, that's going to be it from me today, everybody. I will see you all next time. Take care of yourselves. And as always, stay spellbound.